The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, members. I trust everyone's got some rest. Today's word is a word I kind of made up. It's truthing, T-R-U-T-H-I-N-G. It comes from Ephesians that says that we're supposed to be speaking the truth in love. And the word there means to actually live it out, not just say the words, but to live it out. And I've mentioned some of you have given me words for the day. I'm not sure how many times somebody has said, honesty, do one on honesty, do one on telling the truth, do one on integrity. Apparently, y'all are thinking that the other people in this room may not be focusing as much on truthing. And so that's what I'm praying for. But I feel like you're channeling Billy Joel, who says that honesty is hardly ever heard, but mostly what I need from you. We need it from ourselves. And so I'm going to be praying for you. Don't be worried about the other people today. Let's just go before God just for you. Let's join in prayer as we talk about truthing in love. Heavenly Father, in a time when division is often loud and long and truth can seem lost at times, we do pray that a heart of truthing and love will spread throughout this chamber. I ask you grant these leaders the wisdom to seek not just facts, but truth, the deeper reality that reflects who you are, your justice, your mercy, your heart for people, and let them not only speak what is right, but to live what is right. And remind us that without love, truth can wound, and love without truth can mislead. But together, truthing and love can build what is just, wise, and lasting. So strengthen them today as they focus on truthing and love in speech, in debates, in the whole of lawmaking, and in all of life. In your Son Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair, now recognize the Honorable Cole Hefner to lead us to the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests in the gallery, please join me in the pledge to the United States flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Ms. Mesa because of important business on motion of Ms. Collier. Please excuse Mr. Harris because of important business on motion of Mr. Hefner. Please excuse Ms. Kerwin because of important business on motion of Mr. Curry. Please excuse Mr. Verdell because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Harris-Davila. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Georgianne Freeman from Austin as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills into the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have several memorial resolutions. We have several. Yeah. Do you have a recognition only though? Turn it into an HR? Hold on. Members, please take your seats. We have several memorial resolutions. Chair recognizes Ms. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's my pleasure to stand up here in front of you today and to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of Ruth Ann Buzzy Perkins. Ruth was not only a comedic legend that I know many in this room well remember, but she was a loving wife, devoted philanthropist, and a neighbor to us in Erath County. She was an absolute trailblazer in sketch comedy. She rose to fame on the Steve Allen Comedy Hour and later was a central figure on the groundbreaking show Laugh-In. Many of you may remember the character Gladys that she played and the whacks that she would give with that black purse that her character carried. Ruth captivated younger generations with her role on Sesame Street, and her voice brought characters to life. She and her devoted, loving husband, Kent, made their home on a ranch near Stephenville, where they shared a love for classic cars. And it was particularly exciting for those of us in Stephenville and in Erath County when we would see one of those cars out driving around and we knew that Ruth and Kent were out. What are they up to today? She brought joy just being in the same zip code with us. She was a talented painter, but she did not sell her artwork. Instead, she donated her creations to support various charitable causes. Ruth brought laughter and joy to generations, and her impact will continue to be felt, not just in our little area, but in all the lives that she touched. I am honored today to be joined by her husband, Kent Perkins, up on the dais behind me, along with their dear friends, James Thurman, James Rice, Dell Burdick, and Brandon Huckabee. Members, I would ask that you would join me in honoring the life of Ruth Buzzy Perkins and extending our love and condolences to to her family and friends. Thank you.
Members, guests in the gallery, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alders for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like to take a moment to recognize and congratulate the UT Tyler Patriots softball team for becoming back-to-back NCAA Division II national champions once again yesterday. Following their national championship win in 2024, this year's returning win is a reflection of their continued hard work, teamwork, and dedication. The team, led by head coach Mike Reed, who was recently inducted into the Hall of Fame, the FCA Hall of Fame, played every game with focus and confidence. Since starting the program in 2005, Coach Reed has built a championship legacy, now adding back-to-back Division II national titles to the softball team's long list of accomplishments, including an astounding 814 to 151 win record and 14 NCAA national tournament appearances. We're proud of all they've achieved this season and are thrilled to see the national title returning home to Tyler. Congratulations again to the players, coaches, and the UT Tyler community. Go Patriots!
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we recognize an exceptional athlete and true Texas Longhorn, Michael Taft, for his outstanding achievements on and off the football field. Michael is the nephew of my constituent and close friend, Ed Johnson, who is here today along with the Taft family. Michael's story is one that embodies the spirit of Texas, a fifth-generation Longhorn and Westlake High School standout. Michael walked on to the University of Texas football team and quickly proved himself through his grit, discipline, and unrelenting attitude to win. I'm trying to get over here. In just a few short years, his talent garnered him a scholarship and later earned him a starting position at defensive back. His effort helped lead UT to the SEC championship game and into college football playoffs. His hard work further earned him all Big 12 honors and a national recognition, including being a semifinalist for the Bullsworth Trophy and named a second-team All-American. From setting the tone at Kyle Field with his first quarter interception to stealing the Clemson win by forcing an incompletion, Michael has become a player no team can ignore. He embodies the spirit of Texas football and is a source of pride for his university, his hometown, and our great state. Please join me in congratulating him, wishing him continued success, and on bringing the University of Texas a national championship this season, and hook 'em horns.
Yeah. Hook 'em horns, baby. Hook 'em horns, baby.
Well done.
Wait till we do an Aggie thing. I'm going to be up here, man. We're going to get plenty of copies of that picture all over the Hey, did you see the last one where I did a giggle? Oh, no, I didn't see that. I couldn't see that side.
Please excuse Mr. Dutton because of important business on motion of Mr. King. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please help me recognize the outstanding McLennan Community College dance team. Please stand up. Who are here today alongside their coaches, and their awesome president, John F. McCowan, is here with them as well. For the first time in program history, the McLennan dance team claimed 2 National Dance Alliance national championships in the same year. An incredible accomplishment that reflects their talent, discipline, and determination. This historic win also marks the 8th consecutive year the team has brought home a national title and the 14th national championship overall in program history. We're honored today to welcome these student athletes and their coaches and president to the Capitol today. Members, please rise and join me in giving them a well-deserved round of applause for representing McLennan Community College and the state of Texas with pride and distinction. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, it is my distinct honor and privilege to recognize 2 great Texans on the occasion of their 65th wedding anniversary.
It's a resolution, so you suspend the rules for me to read that.
Forgive me, first I must suspend the rules. So I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1394.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1394 by Schofield, congratulating the Honorable Bill Calgary and Ann Calgary on their 65th wedding anniversary.
Mr. Schofield.
Since their anniversary is coming up on Tuesday, and not that many of you will stick around the day after Sine died to celebrate, I thought we would do it now. Representative Bill Calgary sat right over there in chair 109 for the better part of his tenure as a member of the Texas House. Bill and Ann met in high school at Cottonport High School in Louisiana, and I wish he'd have told me this trick earlier. He gave her a book which contained a note inviting her out to the movies, which fortunately she read the note, and they did go to the movies, and I will give you a hint. It worked out well, and they're still here with us today. They started their family in Texas, where Bill began a company that he later sold to one of the biggest utilities in the country, and they have had a very successful family, which includes my Chief of Staff, Annie Calgary St. Paul, who's back there with them, and their great-grandson, Henry St. Paul, who was the subject of a resolution on his birth. So he has been mentioned in 2 resolutions, and he's only 3 months old. The kid has had a better legislative session than I've had. But members, please join me in celebrating and welcoming Ann and Bill Calgary on their 65th wedding anniversary, and I move adoption of the resolution.
The question occurs the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Speaker Craddock moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. Clerk will read the caption.
H.R. number 1030 by Turner, honoring Building Future Families on the occasion of National Foster Care Month and National Foster Parent Appreciation Day.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we are honored to be able to celebrate Building Future Families. It's an organization that is known for its advocacy work on behalf of foster parents and adoptive parents. And also, this is an opportunity to recognize and acknowledge Foster Parent Appreciation Day, which is coming up on Saturday, May 31st. Members, there are approximately 28,000 children currently in foster care in the state of Texas. And since 2015, Building Future Families has been serving as a vital voice for foster and adoptive parents. This nonpartisan and nonprofit organization has advocated for foster and adoptive parents in public policy issues, educated and engaged foster and adoptive parents, and provided counsel to those who are facing challenges related to the foster or adoption process. The organization has worked tirelessly to bring positive changes to the foster care system and to inform foster and adoptive parents about the legal proceedings and other matters in the process. The well-being of foster children is a matter of tremendous concern to the legislature. We've worked on these issues a lot over the last many years, and it's a matter of concern to all Texans, and Building Future Families should be commended for its invaluable work that it has done to support foster families and the needs of the foster care system in Texas. So members, please join me in recognizing today as National Foster Care Day at the State Capitol, and to extend a warm welcome to the Building Future Families and Foster Parents organization who are here in the gallery. And I ask them to please rise, if y'all would, don't mind standing. And especially want to thank my constituent, Denise Blakeney, who is from Arlington, and she made today possible. So thank you very much for being here today. We are so grateful for all the work that Building Future Families and all foster parents do within our state. Thank you for taking on the charge of bettering families and the Texas foster care system. Thank you, members. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for standing up here.
Okay. All right, we're going to do the second one. Members, please take your seats. We have a previously adopted memorial resolution. Chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. number 310 by Howard, in memory of former State Representative James Parker McCullough of Austin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 310. Do I need that? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I rise with a heavy heart and deep respect to honor the life and legacy of Parker McCullough, a son of Texas, a public servant, and a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and friend. Parker McCullough, aged 74, passed away on October 31st, 2024, surrounded by family and dear friends in the serenity of the family's mountain home in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Born in Amarillo, Texas, to J.C. and Norma Jim Cornett McCullough, Parker was the third of 4 children. From an early age, he showed a love of laughter, a knack for mischief, and a heart for service. Growing up in the Panhandle fostered a deep love for the state that eventually blossomed into a long career in public service. Parker's academic and professional journey took him from South Plains College on a track scholarship to Texas Tech University, where he earned his undergraduate and law degrees. After law school, Parker planted roots in Georgetown, Texas. There he built a law practice, raised his 2 oldest children, and lived a life of civic devotion. Parker served his community through pro bono legal services, keeping time at Southwestern University basketball games, or serving as a public defender and municipal judge. In 1988, Parker was elected to the Texas House of Representatives to serve House District 52. He brought a spirit of collaboration and a fierce commitment to public service, earning the respect of colleagues across the aisle and across the state. He served on the House Appropriations, Judicial Affairs, and Redistricting Committees, and was the chairman of the House Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. It was here in the halls of our great Capitol that he met the love of his life, who's on the dais with us today, Rhonda, whom he married in 1991. Together, they built a family grounded in love, laughter, and purpose, raising 4 children and becoming active fixtures in the Austin community. Parker never let public service stay confined to office walls. He coached Little League, refereed football games, and took each of his children to a presidential inauguration, teaching them to cherish the peaceful transfer of power and the responsibility of civic engagement. Today, we honor his commitment to public service and the state of Texas. On the dais are his wife, Rhonda, his daughters, Chandler and Murphy, and his sister, Kay. If you please join me in a moment of silence in honor of Representative McCullough's memory.
Members, guests in the gallery, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, I believe there are others that might want to say a few words.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, members. I just want to take a couple minutes this morning with you. You know, in this work and in life, people will intersect with you, and that intersection can leave you a different person. I didn't serve with Parker and didn't go to law school with him like John Smithy or work on his campaign like Richard Raymond. But he impacted the way that I do my work in this building in a very profound way. And I want to share that story with you. Much like many of you, you spend a lot of time in the airport here in Austin, traveling back and forth during session, probably more than we like to. And on one of those occasions in 2017, I was waiting for a flight and got moved to a different gate all the way on the other side of the airport and ran into a gentleman who introduced himself as Parker McCullough. He said that he was on the trip to go see a client. He was a lobbyist and wanted me to sit down and have lunch with him. And as a young member, I was like, well, I wonder what he's going to ask me for, or what is it that we're going to have to talk about as we sit here. And that lunch couldn't have gone any different than what I thought initially. We sat down and he told me, you know, I had just become chair of criminal jurisprudence at the time, and as you just heard Representative Howard say, he had served in that position as well. So he talked to me about the work we were doing, asked how it was going, talked about various issues. He mentioned to me that he knew my father, that they had been on opposite sides of a very famous criminal case involving Henry Lee Lucas, for any of you who remember the Henry Lee Lucas case. And he shared with me stories about my father that I had never known. When that case was going on, I was a baby, so I got to hear stories about my father as a prosecutor involved in that case. He took time to ask generally just how I was doing as a person. He got my dad's phone number. They reconnected after that a couple of times, and from that moment on, he would check in every once in a while, pop in the office and just check in and see how I was doing. Never with an agenda. I can actually not tell you to this day who any of his clients were, but I can tell you that kindness was something that was profound. My greatest mentor in this process taught me that if you don't care about the people you work with, you will never get the policy you want, because the policy flows through the people that you work with. And Parker took that time to just check in and figure out if I was doing okay. And in the era of politics that we're in now, I think we do too little of that. Too little of checking in on one another and understanding that we're human beings moving through this life with our own challenges, triumphs, tragedies. And I'll just encourage you to model yourself after Parker in that way. Be sure to check in on one another. Care more about the bills that are sitting on your desk. Care about the people that you work with. And you'll be surprised what you can accomplish. Thank you, members.
Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you heard me say yesterday you meet so many wonderful people in public service and in politics. So back when Parker first ran, I didn't know him, but one of my very good Aggie friends, Johnny Hatch, was running his campaign, and he called me and said, I got a great candidate. You got to come help us. And so I went up to where Georgetown, Pflugerville, and somewhere up there. Anyway, and I went and helped campaign for Parker, got to know him, and he won a race that a lot of people didn't think he would win, but he did, because he worked so hard and knocked on so many doors. And so then I had a friend at the Capitol. I had a few others, but he was a good friend. And I worked up the street, so I'd come up here and hang out at his office, Hector Rivedo and others. And so then some years passed, and now it's a redistricting year, and my state representative, Ernestine Glossbrenner, who Ms. T remembers well, decided she would retire. And so now the race was on to see what the district would look like. And I was up here with my friend Parker, following him around like a puppy dog, because he was on redistricting. And he said, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. And, you know, followed him all the way into the back office right here, where only guys can go in. I still remember the conversation. Look, I'm going to take care of you. And he did. He took the district that I lived in, my state rep, and put it into another district with an incumbent state rep. So I could still run, but I had to run against an incumbent. So Parker took care of me. You know, he took care of me, but he took care of the incumbent even better, because he was, anyway, I won. He was right. In the end, I won by a lot. And I was so looking forward to working with him, but he lost. So I win, he loses. And the guy that beat him, and Charlie, you remember Mike Crucy. So Mike Crucy beat him. And when he got here, he was kind of rough around the edges. And we're talking, and I said something about Parker, and he says, this is back to Joe's point, Speaker Moody. So I'm talking to Crucy, and I say something about Parker. And he says, Parker, you know Parker McCullough? I said, yeah, I worked on his first campaign, you know. Well, why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to me then? Because you won. Because you won. He's my good friend, but you won. You're here, so we got to work together. And that's the way this process works. You don't lose the friendships. You make new friendships. But Parker was one that stayed a friend for the rest of his life. He was involved in defining and building the grid before most of us knew what the word meant. He was a genius. He was a very smart guy and a really good person. And may he rest in peace.
Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're hearing some interesting stories about Parker, but I think the main takeaway here is that this was a really good person. And our house was blessed to have him be a part of it. He was a friend to many. He showed us a good model of how we could work with one another, and he will be missed. Thank you, members and Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members.
Members, please take your seats. We have a couple of more memorial recognitions. Members, please take your seats at this time. The chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Denise Elaine Marshall, a courageous woman, devoted mother, and tireless advocate for lung cancer research and early detection. We are humbled to be joined in the gallery by her beloved daughter, Corinne Richardson, who cared for her mother with grace and strength, who is right here. If you'll stand for us. Denise was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer in 2014 and given less than a 10% chance of surviving the year. But in the face of overwhelming odds, she lived and lived fully for another 10 years. Even as she endured the physical and emotional toll of her illness, Denise remained deeply committed to helping others. She became a powerful voice in the fight for expanded access to preventative cancer screenings and research funding. But her proudest role was as a mother, watching Corinne grow into the compassionate, resilient leader she is today. One of Denise's greatest dreams was to see her daughter walk the stage and graduate from the University of Texas. That dream came true in May of 2024, and it was a moment that symbolized not just Corinne's achievement, but Denise's enduring love and strength. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Corinne for her service last session as legislative aide in my office. I deeply appreciate your hard work and dedication to continuing your mother's legacy and your work on expanding access to health care. Mr. Speaker and members, please join me in celebrating the extraordinary life of Denise Elaine Marshall, a woman whose legacy of love, advocacy, and perseverance lives on in her daughter and on all of those that she inspired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Members and guests in the gallery, please stand and join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Flores for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I would like to acknowledge the creative and colorful life of one of my constituents, Tony Gonzalez, an East Austin Chicano muralist who passed away in April. My friend Tony was an East Austin original who lived in our community his entire life, attending Brook Elementary in my district in the 1960s and graduating from the former Johnson High School in Representative Cole's district in 1974. As an elementary school student at Brook, Tony became passionately involved in his art classes and spent his days drawing, sketching, and creating art. His love of art would only grow with age. Tony's passion and talent led him to create works of art for the Austin Independent School District and Arte Tejas, as well as for popular restaurants like Don Dario's in Austin and Chisholm Trail Barbecue in Lockhart. Never forgetting where he came from, Tony was proud to call himself a Chicano artist who beautified the barrio. He particularly enjoyed his canvas-style portraits of Spanish-language musicians Jay Perez, Emilio Novaira, Selena Quintanilla, and Chris Perez. During his life, Tony received community art recognitions from the City of Austin and Arte Tejas. He had an exhibit on display at Dougherty Art Center in 2015 and was locally famous for being one of the artists who created La Loteria mural in East Austin. I am so happy to be joined by Tony's loving family today. He is survived by his wife of nearly 50 years, Rachel, 2 daughters, 4 grandchildren, and too many friends and admirers to count. Can you please stand and be recognized? Tony is missed by everyone who knew him, and our lives are a little less colorful and vibrant without him. Thank you, Tony, for all you did to make East Austin beautiful.
Members and guests in the gallery, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you. This one's not. The chair lays out the previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
HR number 1028 by Bojani, recognizing May 21st, 2025 as Texas Capitol Staff Appreciation Day.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to suspend all necessary and unnecessary rules to take up HR 1028. Okay, cool. Members, HR 1028 honors all Capitol staff, from our interns to our chiefs and everyone else who supports this body. Ledge Council, parliamentarians, Sergeant at Arms, our chief clerks, the Office of Business, the Business Office, and so on. Members, only 181 legislators serve the Texas House and Senate, but there are hundreds of staffers working for us that make the legislature run smoothly. They prepare our talking points. They help us with our social media posts, discuss policy with stakeholders, and become the face of our office to our constituents. We generally recognize them throughout the session. But sometimes we may forget to recognize the staff that we don't see on a regular basis. Today, we celebrate each one of our Capitol staffers, and in no particular order, I'd like to take some of their names. In the back hall and members' lounge, we have Gabe Rios, Lucy Herrera, Albert Saldon, and Dolores Rodriguez. Jose, I have a long list. I have a long list of names if y'all can hold on to the applauses for a meantime. It will be long here. Jose Randon Martinez and Janet Herrera Panama. Our Ledge Council leads, Jeff Archer, Kimberly Shields, Mike Marshall, Robert Sandoz, Jennifer Sherrill, and Julie Calhoun. The team at the Chief Clerk's office, Mark Cervantes, Stephen Brown, Andrew Holcomb, Mara Serviere, Kellen Crane, Mason Roberts, Alyssa Vargas, and Emily Wallace. Our journal, we can clap. Our journal clerks, Jennifer Teagan, Doran, Scotty Hagan, Hannah Brown, and Georgia Harrington. Our Sergeant at Arms, Kara Coffey, Brianna Wallace, Alex DeGilio, Gustavo Ramirez, Harry Minton, and Joe Valenzuela. Our parliamentarians, Sharon Carter, Sarah Johnson, Tom Samuels, Jonah Espinoza, and Josiah Jones. And Hugh Berry, I don't know. Our state minister, Scott Wall. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Oh, okay. Scott Wall, right there in the gallery. Our house photography, Aaron Rainbolt, Jeff Teaker, Shanna Hickman, Kyle Woods, Tyler Anderson, Annie Jarvis, and Christina Burke. Our House Business Operation leads, we can clap again. Our House Business Operations team led by Stephen Adrian and others. Our House Admin Committee, Chairman Guerin and his team led by Terry Mathias. Our Committee Coordinator's Office, Stacy Nicchio and Damian Duarte and their staff. The Speaker, his Chief of Staff, Robert Duncan, and the Director of Operation, Paige Holzhauser. His policy team, including Sam Baccaris, and everyone who keeps the House up and running in the back hall. Last but not least, our parking and support staff like Diana Rodriguez and Michael Black, along with Walter Kiles and Richard Holmes. I'd also like to thank Walter and Richard, our P2 guards. All right. On behalf of all my colleagues on the House floor, I'd like to thank each and every staffer who works in the Texas Capitol. Whether I took your name or not, I'm sorry if I didn't. We are all very grateful for your hard work and the dedication to the people and the state of Texas. And members, if you see them today, make sure you take a brief moment to thank them for their hard work and the service to our great state. Last, I want to take a moment of quick privilege and thank my staff. I want to take a brief moment to give a special thank to my staff for their hard work. And they're sitting right there. Can you please stand? And not everybody's there. Some people are shy not to come up, like my Chief of Staff. Leslie Puentes and Jordan Dillard are UT Dallas Fellows. Kenneth Arizola, our PPIP intern. Inaya Sheikh, our Communications Director and Social Media Wizard. Grayson Lewinsky, who juggled his work in our office with his two-year L at UT Law. Suman Dosanjh, our legislative director, who worked tirelessly on our legislation every step of the way. And last but not least, my awesome Chief of Staff, Thomas Flanders, whose humor fills our office with smiles, but he's too shy to come up on the gallery today. They all have been a great addition to my office, and I look forward to seeing all the wonderful things that they will accomplish in the future. We also had some treats dropped off at the Reagan Building, break rooms, the committee coordinator's office, the sergeant's office outside the floor, and in the back hallway. So please enjoy them on behalf of 181 legislators and our constituents. Members, I hope that each one of you will sign on to the resolution with me. Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption. Much. Thank you all for standing with me.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bexar County for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today to recognize the San Antonio Coalition of Veterans and Families for their outstanding service to veterans, service members, and their families. Founded by Lieutenant Colonel Hector Villarreal, a Vietnam veteran-era author, the SACVF has become a trusted support network for the military community in San Antonio and well beyond. Though it's through its one-on-one veteran assistance program, they provide confidential, personalized support to those who may not have access to it in other or those resources. The organization has partnerships with over 250 veteran service providers, hosts monthly forums on issues like PTSD, VA benefits, and helps educate the broader community on how to better support veterans. Their dedication and advocacy, collaboration, and care has made a measurable difference in the lives of countless veterans and families. Please join me in welcoming the San Antonio Coalition for Veterans and Families and thanking them for their continued commitment to those who have served and their families, and gives a completely different meaning to I appreciate what you do. Thank you for your service. It means not only for the veteran, but those individuals that are around that veteran, the families, those loved ones that suffered during deployment, suffered during those tough times, and continue to provide those level of services. So help me welcome They're sitting on the north side of the gallery. Thank you and welcome to your house. Thank you. Okay, you're very welcome.
Are you going to take the photo?
If I can figure out how to fold this.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1297.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1297 by Howard, recognizing May 2025 as Women's Health Month.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and anyone who would like to join us up here for Women's Health Month, women or men, we appreciate it. Today, I am proud to join members of the Texas Women's Health Caucus, women's health providers from Texas, and advocates to honor and celebrate Women's Health Month. Each May, the United States Department of Health and Human Services observes Women's Health Month, and I see we have a young woman joining us today, too. Thank you. The month serves to highlight women's health issues, raise awareness, and encourage women of all ages to prioritize their physical, mental, and emotional well-being while recognizing the unique health challenges that women face. Among these challenges, women are disproportionately affected by several serious health conditions, including breast cancer, cervical cancer, ovarian cancer, oh, another young one, thank you, and various sexual and reproductive disorders. These issues require greater research, increased education, and equitable access to preventive care. Over the last couple of legislative sessions, the House Chamber has stood by women's health through a newfound commitment to address these challenges head-on. During the 88th legislative session, the state budget included an increase of $160.1 million, which was crucial in expanding access in rural Texas communities through mobile health units. This legislative session, the House continued to build on this momentum, investing an historic $469.1 million for women's health programs, reaffirming this body's efforts to improve women's health in Texas. The state of Texas has made great strides toward a better Texas for women through the work of advocate groups and healthcare providers such as the Texas Women's Healthcare Coalition, Everybody Texas, and the women's health providers joining us today. We are joined on the dais by Martha Zuniga and Sally Perales from the South Texas Family Planning and Health Corporation, who are tirelessly working for reproductive health and access to care in communities across South Texas. While we celebrate the progress that has been made, we recognize that there is still much work to be done to ensure that all women can lead a healthy, empowered life. In Texas, these efforts are especially urgent and necessary as our state continues to face alarming rates of maternal mortality and morbidity, with Black women and women in underserved areas experiencing the most severe outcomes. The health of communities and our state is only as strong as the health of women. Let this serve as a reminder and recommitment to support meaningful legislation that is data-driven and elevates the voices of women across the state to promote the health and well-being of all Texas women. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we recognize a group of 13 dedicated students from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley that has rendered outstanding service to the Texas legislature during the 89th legislative session. As participants in the Rio Grande Valley Legislative Internship Program and the Texas Legislative Fellowship Program, these students have done an outstanding job. The Rio Grande Valley Legislative Internship Program, also known as VLIP, offers undergraduate and graduate students at UTRGV an opportunity to learn about the legislative process and build a valuable real-world experience while putting their skills and knowledge at work. This year's class of VLIP interns include Leah Cavazos Garcia with Representative Sergio Muñoz's office, Venetia Colon in the office of Representative Terry Canales, Angela Shakina Flores in the office of Representative Oscar Longoria, Natalie Garcia in the office of Senator Adam Hinojosa, Brianna, my favorite, Brianna Garza Skirka in the office of myself, Armando Mando Martinez, Paulina King Benitez in the office of Senator Judith Saffarini, Leila Ovalle in the office of Representative Bobby Guerra, Sylvia Giselle Rodriguez in the office of Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa, Marlene Yvette Salazar in the office of Representative Erin Elizabeth Gomez, Samantha Sandoval in the office of Representative Janie Lopez, Randall Trevino in the office of Representative Ryan Guillen. And we also have the Texas Legislative Fellowship Program that was established by the University of Texas system for the 89th legislative session. 2 of those students from UTRGV participated in the internship opportunity, providing valuable service. And those interns include Sofia Lopez, who is working in the office of Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Dua Manganhar in the office of Representative Erin Elizabeth Gomez, and the members of these 2 notable programs have performed their duties as legislative interns. Members, please join me in recognizing these outstanding individuals, and V's up! Yeah, vaquero.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in recognizing someone very special in the gallery today, our legislative aide, Zachary R. Reyna, who is seated with us this afternoon. There he is, very handsome. Zachary is a proud son of Laredo, Texas, and for the past 2 legislative sessions, he has served our office with integrity, humility, a relentless work ethic, and that big, beautiful smile. Whether it was at the Capitol, back home in the district, or on the campaign trail, Zachary has brought and brings professionalism and heart to everything he does. It is a bittersweet moment for us. While we're, of course, sad to see him go, we're overjoyed for what comes next. This fall, Zachary will begin a new chapter as a law student at South Texas College of Law in Houston with a full ride. Zachary, thank you for your service to House District 128 and to the people of Texas. We are proud of you, and we can't wait to see what you accomplish. Members, please help me in welcoming, congratulating Zachary R. Reyna. And the home state rep.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so happy to have another Laredoan helping Representative Kane, because without the Laredo influence, I'm not sure what we would have with Mr. Kane. And if you do your job right, we will get you interns from Laredo, and you too will shine as Mr. Kane has shined because of Laredo. Thank you, Zach. Go get him, baby.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron County for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, success is never reached alone. Having a good team is crucial. Today, I want to recognize the invaluable help I received this session from my legislative interns and the incredible work they did. Samantha Sandoval was a friendly face in our office and handled public relations and legislative issues key to UTRGV. Samantha is a political science major from the Rio Grande Valley Legislative Internship Program. Ramon Santos Jr. was instrumental on key legislation and rider requests. He holds a bachelor's degree in political science and pursues a jurisprudence degree in law. Through his hard work and dedication, Governor Abbott has now signed some of the bills that Ramon managed. Izzy managed communications for constituents and kept them up to date with what was happening in the district. Through her leadership, she has shown to be a true public servant. Isabel is a rising senior at St. Edward's University, majoring in political science. Through the American Energy Institute, Daniel Luo provided policy research and communications for our district. Daniel was truly a public servant to the Texas House and holds a bachelor's degree in agricultural economics. Krista Balderas Herrera was key to data management systems. She managed casework and communications in support of, or in opposition of legislation that we handled this session. Krista holds a high school degree and pursues further studies in the great city of Austin. I want to thank and extend my deepest gratitude for Corrine Martinez, my Chief of Staff, and Parker Malone, my Legislative Director, whom took the leadership positions for a successful session. Their tireless dedication and professionalism was profound. The hard work, long hours, and unwavering commitment made a meaningful difference for our constituents in HD 37. Members, help me thank House District 37's doers and all the hard work they did to represent my constituents. I could not have done this without them.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, guests in our gallery, before we go any further, I'd like to take a moment to recognize some truly incredible people who make everything we do possible. With my staff from House District 146, please stand. Thank you. First, a huge thank you to my district team. My district director, Andre Harris, our district interns, Sarai, Chim, and Brandon, who drove all the way in from Houston today. Your commitment, energy, and hard work on the ground mean the world, not just to me, but the entire community that we serve. Your presence here today speaks volumes about your dedication, and I am so very grateful for each and every one of you. I also want to extend my deepest appreciation to my wonderful Capitol staff, my Chief of Staff, Mo, my Legislative Director, Adriana, Public Affairs Coordinator, Kayla, and our wonderful Legislative T-Lipper, Dylan. You are the engine behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly, handling all of the details, and making sure we stay focused and effective. Your professionalism and passion never go unnoticed. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your continued support and the incredible work you do every day. I am so lucky as a first-time legislator to have you a part of this team. I could not have done this without you. And from the bottom of my heart, once again, thank you so much for being on this crazy 140-day ride with me. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge the Garcia family, who are talented founders of one of the culinary staples in my district, Cura's Grill, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year, or Cura's, in case you don't understand what Cura's Grill is. In March 1995, Cura's Grill launched under the direction of brothers Jorge and Marco Garcia, who are recent immigrants to Austin from Nueva Rosita, Mexico, via Eagle Pass. They were soon joined in the business by their sister Julie and their parents Marco and Julieta. The family currently operates 2 locations, the original location in my neighborhood and district, and a second location in Hyde Park, where Representative Eddie and Gina's district, but that's where he lives, okay?
My neighborhood.
With both restaurants specializing in the interior Mexican cuisine that made Curas a household name among Austinites. In addition to their delicious food and friendly staff, Curas has contributed to our community by embracing sustainability, supporting local initiatives, and providing meals during shutdowns caused by severe weather and COVID-19 pandemic. During the past 3 decades, Curas has gained a loyal customer base, which includes the repeat customer standing right before you right now. The Garcia family should take great pride in the reputation and following they have built in our Austin community. So I want to say happy 30th anniversary to everyone involved with Curas Grill, including the members of the Garcia family and all of their dedicated staff members. We are proud to recognize your hard work and talent in the Texas House. Thank you for being here today. Now, as our busy legislative session winds down, I look forward to my next lunch at Curas, which is often. I can't wait to have some Kelly's queso, and after sine die, a couple of the world-famous frozen avocado margaritas. But actually, the Carbonero tequila and a beer on the side is my favorite. So, thank you for being here. Mr. Speaker, we'd like to say a few words.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you know, yesterday we were up here busy voting on bills in the afternoon when a supercell hit not only Austin, but more specifically, this thunderstorm hit the Hyde Park area. It was enlightening to see that once we got out of this, we were able to take my family out to our family neighborhood restaurant. And the Garcia family was the only restaurant that was still open after they had received an initial flood of water that had come in. And yet, that strong work ethic from the Garcia family is exemplary of everything that we stand for in the Mexican-American culture. I want to make sure that you recognize that, because if you haven't gone to either the one on Old Torf or the one on 43rd and Duval, it is really a sight to see. The family takes care of you like if you were a part of their family, and for that we will forever be enriched by the values that they give to us and that we love and behold and everything that we hold strong. We've taken our own staff out there already. They've enjoyed those avocado famous margaritas. If you haven't, you need to do it. And to that, Mr. Garcia, you have done an amazing job in raising not only your family and your children, but also in what you have done for the Mexican-American culture. Thank you for who you are and the love that you give to everything that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Flores. Ms. Ralshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They switched guards and missed me. To the Garcia family, thank you so much. You create a space that celebrates our culture. It's always light and refreshing to go in, but I especially want to thank you for your vegetarian options. Thank you for thinking of us.
Ms. Flores.
Thank you. Move passage.
Thank you, Lulu, for doing that.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1298.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair has none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1298 by Howard, recognizing November 8th, 2025 as Premenstrual Dysphoric Disorder Awareness Day.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Talking about something here that maybe some people will find uncomfortable, but premenstrual dysphoric disorder, also known as PMDD, is a cyclical, hormone-based mood disorder with mental, emotional, and physical symptoms arising during the premenstrual phase of the menstrual cycle each month. Globally, millions of women are affected by PMDD, and it affects up to 5% of women of childbearing age. Like most menstrual disorders, PMDD diagnoses are very rare, and research on the disorder is extremely limited, as over half of people with PMDD experience misdiagnoses or dismissals from providers. Due to mental health and menstruation stigma, people with PMDD often suffer in silence and delay care, increasing their risk. Over 70% of women with PMDD report experiencing suicidal thoughts or ideation during symptomatic times, and 34% of people with PMDD have attempted suicide at least once. Today, we're joined by Mary Beth and Steve Bone, Texas natives and advocates for PMDD. Together, they founded the Christina Bone Foundation to educate and advocate for PMDD. Christina Bone, Mary Beth and Steve's daughter, passed away from suicide related to PMDD in 2021. Christina was an ICU nurse and mother of 2 children. She struggled with PMDD for 15 years undiagnosed and was in and out of therapy to deal with depression and anxiety. Throughout her life, Christina masked her struggles with PMDD due to shame and lack of awareness. Christina was misdiagnosed with schizophrenia and other menstrual conditions throughout her life. In her memory, her parents established the Christina Bone Foundation to raise awareness and educate others about PMDD. Through their advocacy, they are turning heartbreak into hope, working to prevent other families from experiencing the same devastating loss. Today, we recognize the urgent need to raise awareness about PMDD and encourage continued advocacy, research, and education. By starting the conversation, we spark change and honor those who are fighting every day to make PMDD known and understood. In the gallery today, we have her parents, Mary Beth and Steve, if they could stand. I'm not sure where y'all are. There you are, right over here. If we could please recognize them and thank you for your work. Members. Thank you, members. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today to honor and to recognize some very special House District 124 constituents that are here with us today in the gallery. Some of them aren't just House District 124 constituents, excuse me. Some of them have come as far as Houston and Katy to advocate today. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome, as you will, if you would stand in the gallery, Chairman Chaitan Mugli and President Michelle Madsen of SALA as they elevate the status of hospitality careers through advocacy, education, and partnerships. We also have here with us in the gallery Texas Red Wolves founder Joe and Stephanie Garza. Yep. Oh, y'all can stand up. And Stephanie Garza, as they become the symbol of athletic passion and civic commitment in San Antonio, competing in the American Basketball Association and the teams that bridge professional basketball to House District 124. We also have with us, he might not be here as of this point, but Lenny Walls, former NFL cornerback, who has transitioned into a dedicated community leader, finding Breaking Down Walls, a nonprofit based in San Antonio that works with youth in initiatives such as the Hustle Academy, Youth Olympics, Bowling with Pros, and today here we have Denise Cerner Martinez, who is also instrumental in amplifying Breaking Down the Walls' positive impact on the community. We also have Sarah Lucy, founder of Street News San Antonio, a grassroots digital mutual aid network that has grown to have 135 members serving the San Antonio community for food insecurity, emergency aid, and neighborhood empowerment. We also have the San Antonio Observer. Founded in 1995 by Hussein Ali, it is the city's only African-American newspaper and largest Black-owned publication in South Texas. The Observer continues the legacy of the San Antonio Register, established in 1931 by Valmo C. Bellinger and Valmo Bellinger Jr. We also have a 40-year educator, Brenda Kenyon, who is a devoted educator and teacher and administrator, college professor, profoundly impacting young Texans with her commitment to discipline, compassion, and excellence. And last but not least, she has inspired the work of her son, King Kyle Lee, the founder of Anti-Bully Gang, a nonprofit that supports children who are bullied across Texas. They have impacted over 200 young people across the state of Texas who have been bullied by showing mentorship and a positive impact. Not only that, but today happens to be Kyle Lee's birthday. So happy birthday, Kyle Lee. Welcome to your state capital, and thank you all for being here today.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message for the Senate.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the...
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm so excited today to welcome to our state capitol Pastor Terrence Hall, who has a youth group, I Aspire Youth, from Houston. This is an amazing youth group that is visiting the Capitol for their first time. I've known Pastor Hall for many years. He is such a profound leader in the Houston community. Anytime there's a need in a need when it comes to food insecurity, when it comes to giving toys for children for Christmas and food for Thanksgiving, any holiday, Pastor Hall is there. So Pastor Hall, I want to thank you for bringing a van to expose youth to civic engagement and how we make laws that impact them. And I'm so grateful for you always paying it forward, giving back, doing the Lord's work on Sunday and throughout the week. So thank you, Pastor Hall, and all of the amazing youth visiting your capital today.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Terrence, thanks for coming to the Capitol today. Y'all definitely should welcome this I Aspire team, and we would be doing an injustice if we didn't also recognize Michelle Dickerson, because we know who does all the work behind the scenes. Stand up, Michelle. Thank you all for being here, and welcome to your Texas Capitol.
Members, there is quite a bit of business that needs to be completed in the next several days. For that reason, we will limit the number of resolutions and recognitions at the beginning of each day and save the remaining staff recognitions for Monday. I'd like to remind you of our end-of-session deadlines and procedures relating to consideration of Senate amendments and conference committee items. There is a 24-hour layout requirement on House bills with Senate amendments and conference committee reports. Tomorrow at midnight is the deadline to concur or appoint a conference committee on House bills with Senate amendments. Sunday at midnight is the deadline to adopt conference committee reports. In order to be eligible before the deadline, your conference committee report must be turned in to the chief clerk on Saturday afternoon. If you have received a yellow sheet relating to your House bills with Senate amendments or a blue sheet relating to any Senate bill you sponsor, please complete and return it to my Chief of Staff's office ASAP so your bill can be placed on the item's eligible calendar. The House's work schedule for the next few days will be dependent upon the eligibility times for Senate amendments and conference committee reports. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I request that the remarks on previously adopted House Resolution 310 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR number 168 by Tepper, instructing the enrolling clerk of the House to make corrections in HB number 126.
Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Concurrent Resolution 168 instructs the enrolling clerk of the House to make corrections on HB number 126. That was that NIL college athletics bill. The Senate added a non-ledge Council 4 amendment to the bill that prohibits a prospective student athlete younger than 17 years old from entering into an NIL agreement. HCR 168 allows the enrolling clerk to make non-substantive corrections to a few drafting errors. We actually found a couple of grammatical errors. Move adoption.
Members, the question is on the adoption of the resolution. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Members, we're going to start on page 5 and grant the Senate request for appointment of conferees. Mr. Spiller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 8.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 8, Spiller, Chair. Belov Kaufman, Louderback, Romero, Tepper.
Mr. Shaheen.
Mr. Speaker, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 37.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 37, Shaheen, Chair. Howard, Lambert, Paul, Wilson.
Mr. Gerdes for a motion.
I move to grant the request of the Senate appointment of the conference committee on SB 379.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Clerk will read the following conferees.
House conferees on SB 379, Gerdes, Chair. Fairley, Hull, Manuel, Morales of Maverick.
Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 12.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following conferees, clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 12, Leach, Chair. Buckley, Hull, Metcalf, Tinderholt.
Ms. Darby for a motion.
I move to grant the Senate request for a conference committee on 1566.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following conferees, clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 1566, Darby, Chair. Anchia, Bella Montgomery, King, Smithy.
Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 2878.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following conferees, clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 2878, Leach, Chair. Dyson, Johnson, Landgraf, Moody.
Members, there are a handful of House bills that need to go to conference. We're going to call those up first. I will let you know what page they're on.
Just start saying it.
On page 1, Chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I'll call up House Bill 2067 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2067 with Senate amendments and recognize Mr. Paul to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, this was a bill about declinations. The Senate added some language to how it might work, but it really kind of messed up how we're going to collect that data about declinations. So for those reasons, I refuse to concur with the Senate amendments.
Mr. Paul moves that the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments and requests appointed to a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following conferees, clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2067. Paul, Chair. Berry. Dean. Gonzalez of Dallas. Wharton.
Members, the next item is on page 2. It's House Bill 2885. Chair recognizes Mr. Gerties.
Mr. Speaker, I call up HB 2885 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2885 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Gerties to explain the Senate amendments.
The Senate amendments don't align with what we're trying to do, so I refuse to concur with the Senate amendments and request a conference committee.
Mr. Gerties moves the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments requested appointed to a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is granted. Following conferees, clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2885. Gerties, Chair. Harris. Longoria. Phelan. Wally.
The next one is still on page 2. It's House Bill 3595. Chair recognizes Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, I move to call up House Bill 3595 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3595 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Berry to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate added an amendment to House Bill 3595, which reversed language passed by this body 111 to 15. They also created new terms not defined in the bill or existing statute, and it increases regulatory uncertainty for currently operating businesses. I move to not concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 3595.
Mr. Berry moves the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 3595. Berry, Chair. Ashby. Guerra. King. Wharton.
The next one is on page 3. It's House Bill 4. Mr. Buckley. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 4 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 4 with Senate amendments and recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we sent a transformational school assessment accountability reform bill from the House to the Senate, and they have changed multiple parts of it. They have waded into some areas where I feel like does not really meet the moment of what we need in our schools to make sure that we have strong assessments that inform our teachers and improve instruction. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee.
Dr. Buckley moves the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 4 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is granted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 4. Buckley, Chair. Bernal. Ashby. Metcalf. Landgraf.
The next one's on page 5. Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up House Bill 5138 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out 5138. Recognize Mr. Sheen to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill relating to the ability of the Attorney General to prosecute election-related offenses. The Senate amendments remove the timelines and processes that this body voted out in regards to when and how the Attorney General would intervene in a prosecution. Therefore, members, I move we do not concur and request a conference committee.
Ms. Shaheen moves the House not concur. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 5138. Shaheen, Chair. Busey. Darby. Garin. Turner.
Going back to the top of page 1.
I'm squared away now.
Okay. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley on House Bill 5560.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to stand in for Chairman Harris. Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 5560 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 5560 with Senate amendments. Recognize Dr. Buckley to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute authorizes courts to enter an order authorizing a violator to spend up to 50% of the civil penalty the court assesses on infrastructure improvements to develop new water sources or mitigate water losses, all in order to mitigate the potential for future violations. And second, the Senate amendment states if a violator that is a water utility overpumps a GCD permit to meet customer demand, despite raising rates consistent with utilities' drought contingency plan, the committee substitute authorizes but does not require the court to have the utility collect payment via a line item on customers' water bills. I move to concur with Senate amendments for House Bill 5560.
Record vote on the motion to concur. Clerk, ring the bell. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Bojani voting aye. 125 ayes, 4 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley on House Bill 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to bring House Bill 2 back before the House. My primary
Chair
goal.
lays out House Bill
Okay.
2 Senate amendments. Ask Dr. Buckley to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to bring House Bill 2 back before the House. My primary goal since being named chair of the House Committee on Public Education has been to get to this very important moment and to get this bill across the finish line. My drive for this legislation comes from being the son and a grandson of educators and strong women that advocated on behalf of public education and our public school system. Texas is a big state. Every district in our region, from El Paso to Orange and from Texoma to Brownsville, has varying needs and requests for specific support from this legislature. Satisfying all of those needs is an incredible undertaking, and I believe that this version of House Bill 2 before you now meets that moment. As passed by the Senate, House Bill 2 directs $8.5 billion to public schools, which is the largest investment in public education in the history of our state, even accounting for inflation. I want to thank Speaker Burrows for his help as this bill before you today has an additional $500 million in funding than the version that left this floor. HB 2 directs those dollars by allocating $4.2 billion for teacher compensation through a new teacher retention allotment designed to reflect the value of experience in the teaching profession and offer educators the opportunity to pursue teaching as a career that can support their families. The retention allotment provides $2,500 for teachers with 3 to 4 years of experience and $5,000 for teachers with 5 or more years of experience in districts with more than 5,000 students. The allotment would provide $4,000 for teachers with 3 to 4 years and $8,000 for teachers with 5 or more years of experience in districts with 5,000 or fewer students. And additionally, House Bill 2 provides $500 million in flexible funding for non-administrative staff pay raises. This could be used to increase salaries for entry-level teachers, counselors, librarians, nurses, custodians, bus drivers, and all other support staff, all of whom are critical to the operation of our schools. House Bill 2 contains $677 million for early learning programs
to improve the quality of learning for our youngest students in the most critical years of their education. It includes $430 million in additional school safety funding to double the per student allotment and to more than double the per campus allotment. Members, there's also an $850 million increase for special education, which includes a move to an intensity-based model of funding. It has $200 million in charter facilities funding, $300 million increase in the small and mid-sized school allotment to further support our most rural schools. $153 million for career and technical education to make certain we are encouraging and supporting a skilled Texas workforce. We have $135 million for teacher preparation and certification initiatives with the requirement that all teachers in Foundation B courses be certified by the 2029-2030 school year. HB2 also redirects funding that would otherwise go towards a future golden penny yield, providing year-to-year funding increase to the basic allotment. Members, HB2 allocates $1.3 billion for a new allotment known as the allotment for basic costs. The ABC, provided on an enrolled student basis, relieves budget pressures like skyrocketing insurance premiums, TRS costs tied to teacher pay raises, utilities, transportation, and many other challenges that are outside of our school district's control. The ABC will further support the budgetary maintenance of our schools without redirecting funding intended to be used in the classroom. Members, this final piece is a fiscally conservative bipartisan response to points this body raised on the committee dais and on the floor. The most recurring request we heard from our schools was to increase the basic allotment. By allocating this dedicated funding to address rising costs in the operations of districts, we can ensure that, that more of our basic allotment dollars stay in the classroom where they belong. Members, I want to thank Vice Chairman Bernal, Chairman Ashby, and other members of the committee for their vigorous efforts to improve this legislation. And I also want to thank Speaker Burrows for his consistent leadership and support on behalf of this body to keep House Bill 2 reflective of the goals of the House. I want to thank Chairman Creighton, members
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. I appreciate your work on this bill.
Yes,
I'll be voting for it. As I've said before, I would vote for a $1 increase to
Yes,
public education, but I do want to talk about the specifics. So in committee, we heard repeated testimony that we would need to raise the basic allotment by nearly $1,400 just to catch our schools up to 2019 funding levels after 6 years of rampant inflation. And can you remind the body how much the original House Bill 2 raised the basic allotment by?
It was, I believe, $395.
Right, so nearly $1,000 below what our schools needed to catch up to 2019 funding levels. How much does this bill increase the basic allotment other than the golden penny yield already written into law?
Well, it's a $55 increase in the basic allotment, but the creation of the teacher retention allotment and the creation of the ABC, or the allotment for basic costs, is reflective of to nearly a $400 increase in the basic allotment.
So every session I hear about the need to make our school finance formula simpler. So I'm struggling to understand why we're creating a new allotment for basic costs when we already have a basic allotment.
Well, because first of all, these are measurable areas of expense that in the future could easily be adjusted for inflation. They are distributed based on enrollment funding, I think meeting the moment of what many districts have talked about. And we heard in committee, district after district was talking about just the basic costs of basically keeping the lights on and keeping diesel in the buses. And the ABC provides enrollment-based funding to meet that, to meet those challenges districts are facing.
So if this new allotment for basic costs is covering what the basic allotment covers, why wouldn't we just use the existing basic allotment?
Well, because I think what happens is this directs those dollars to the specific costs that are impacting our districts that actually creates more space in the basic allotment to go into Tier 1 funding, which is that key piece of educating our kids. It also, with the teacher retention allotment, it is a some certain pay raise for our teachers.
Isn't it true that the money flowing through this new allotment for basic costs like utilities, food, transportation, is lower than the basic allotment increase included in the House's original version of this bill?
I would say when you look at that, if you applied it and what those dollars would do in simple basic allotment increases, you're looking at it being on par with what left the floor.
Is it not true that our House bill provided a $395 increase to the basic allotment, and this bill provides a $106 allotment? By my math, that's $289 less for every student.
You know, you have to take into account the teacher pay raise component, which is historic for our Texas teachers, a guaranteed pay raise for public school teachers that is really unprecedented. Not really, it is unprecedented in this state.
And these teacher pay raises don't go to every teacher in Texas, is that correct?
Yeah, what we're doing, as we did in House Bill 2, is that we understand that we need to keep teachers in the classroom. So we're targeting 3 years and 5 years and increasing the slope of the pay scale so that teachers will stay in the classroom and they can expect greater compensation.
So if we had a $24 billion budget surplus this session, why couldn't we provide a pay raise for every Texas teacher?
Well, we do have an allotment, a separate allotment that can be used for pay raises. That's a local decision. Many districts that we talked to felt like that they had achieved their goal in starting pay, but they felt that they were lacking in providing those pay raises as they moved up the pay scale. And of course, this version of House Bill 2 does exactly that.
When is the last time the legislature passed a comprehensive school finance bill?
I believe it was 2019.
Right. 6 years ago, when you and I first came to the Texas House, and we raised the basic allotment by nearly $1,000. Are you aware that we currently have a budget surplus of more than $20 billion, and last session we had a surplus of more than $30 billion?
I am aware of those figures, yes.
So I'm trying to understand, is there a reason why for 6 years we have been unable or unwilling to provide the real funding needed to stop school closures, stop program cuts, and stop teacher layoffs?
Well, I think what you see here in this version of House Bill 2 is directed dollars for the basic costs of running our schools and then paying our teachers to keep the best teachers in the classroom. And this is a tremendous investment.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be brief, members.
The time has expired.
Oh, we're done. All right. I'll be really brief then. Members, I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 2.
Questions on the motion to concur? Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Mr. Bernal voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Ms. Ward Johnson voting aye. Mr. Little voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 13 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Orr on House Bill 24.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to call up House Bill 24 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 24 with Senate amendments. Ask Ms. Orr to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new language makes clear that the purpose of this bill is to allow for more residential development by applying only the 60% threshold and majority vote requirement to situations that allow for more residential development. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments.
Questions on the motion to concur? Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? 104 ayes, 30 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 3233 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3233 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Gerdes to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate amended House Bill 3233, which returned the bill to the filed version that changed the applicability of any foreign country by saying data must be in U.S. territories. This helps to ensure the privacy protections are certain, as it must be stored domestically and not subject to vulnerability. I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Questions on the motion to concur? It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all each voting aye. 137 ayes, 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, Parliament.
State your inquiry.
Would it be possible for members to slow down and read their words more clearly, and then see, since we're not in a rush for time right now?
Yes, it's possible.
Thank you, Mayor.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerties on House Bill 1397.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 1397 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 1397 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Gerties to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate amended House Bill 1397 to make it more in line with statute with the recently passed Senate Bill 3059, which establishes the Alamo Commission. The Senate amendments establish a framework for the display and care of the victory or death letter, the Texas Constitution, and the Texas Declaration of Independence, with oversight provided by the State Preservation Board, Texas Historical Commission, and the Texas State Library and Archives Commission. I want to thank Chairman Metcalf and Senator Middleton for working with Chairman Harris on this, and I move to concur with Senate amendments.
The questions on the motion to concur, clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Representative Bojani on House Bill 3133.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to call up HB 3133 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3133 with Senate amendments. Recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the amendment by Senator Huffman is a good one and ensures that the bill doesn't conflict with the federal law Take It Down Act. Hence, I move to concur with the Senate amendment.
Questions on the motion to concur, record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 19 nays, 3133. House concurs with amendments. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is Mr. Bojani permitted to make a motion without thanking the joint authors of his bill?
Chair is not advised. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook on House Bill 5696.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to call up House Bill 5696.
Chair
with
lays out
Senate
House Bill
amendments.
5696 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Cook to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made very minor amendments to the municipal district for the city of Mansfield, and they are acceptable, and I move to concur.
Questions on the motion to concur, record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 99 ayes, 36 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Holt.
Mr. Speaker, I call up HB 5680 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out Senate Bills 5680 with Senate amendments and asks Ms. Holt to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made a technical correction to align this bill with the template MUD, and I move that the House concurs with the Senate amendment.
The questions on the motion to concur, it's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 90 ayes, 47 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 3966 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 3966 with Senate amendments. Recognizes Ms. Morales to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, members, you remember this bill regarding Greyhound moving into communities like yours. The changes I'm not very happy with because the method of delivery will now not be physical mail, but it'll be newspaper publications instead. But I don't want to risk this bill not passing at all, so I'm going to concur with the Senate amendments.
Ms. Morales moves the House concur with Senate amendments. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Morales voting aye. Have all members voted? 89 ayes, 44 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut. On House Bill 3556.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2 against further consideration of HB 3556.
The bill is not quite yet before us, Ms. Weiner.
I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Byrd Bill. House Bill 3556.
Chair lays out House Bill.
Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry. Still too soon.
The chair lays out House Bill 3556 with Senate amendments and recognize Mr. Vasut to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 3556 under Rule 11, Section 2, that the amendments are not germane.
Bring your point of order down front.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger of the Senate at the door of the
Admit the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed.
The point of order has been withdrawn. And we will not be taking action on House Bill 3556 at this time. Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 144.
Chair lays out House Bill 144 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. King to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate added an amendment that allows the PUC to streamline the process implemented in both 144 and Senate Bill 1789. I move to concur.
The questions on the motion to concur, clerk ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 18 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 26 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 26 with Senate amendments. Ask Ms. Hull to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate took the bill back to the filed version and added an additional nutrition supports for high-risk pregnant women in Medicaid. I move that the House concur in Senate amendments.
Ms. Hull moves the House concur with Senate amendments. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Dr. Alverson voting aye. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? 130 ayes, 9 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Dr. Alverson.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2038 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2038 with Senate amendments. Ask Dr. Alverson to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so this is the Doctor Act that we passed out. When it went over to the Senate, it had 3 components. The Senate removed the section on military veteran advanced licensure because Chairman Frank's bill
also passed, so it was no longer necessary. In addition to that, language was placed in the bill under the foreign doctors section, which required 100% of the doctors to have advanced GME training before coming over here. And there was also a section added to ensure compliance with House Bill and Senate Bill 17. And
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Sure.
He yields for questions.
Dr. Arveson, in this Senate amendment to this bill, they also added provisions saying that they may not, blanketly not issue provisional licenses to any citizen, so basically any immigrant from China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, or to a citizen on ITR country, Belarus, Burma, China, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, Venezuela, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Yeah. What is the rationale of that?
The rationale with that was to make sure that this statute wasn't conflicting with other statutes which this chamber passed.
What statute would it conflict with based on those provisions?
Well, I think the concern was that it would conflict with House Bill 17.
House Bill 17 is about House Bill 17 or Senate Bill 17?
Or Senate Bill 17.
17 is about the purchase of property. Has
Yeah.
nothing to do with employment, nothing to do with medical licenses or anything.
Sure.
So why does it need to comply with House Bill 17?
Well, because that is essentially, that was an issue that was very, very important to the Senate.
And just to be clear, and again, you're not a member of the Senate.
Again, I just want to be clear. I think what we're trying to do is recruit additional physicians that may be capable of and trained to practice medicine, and we'll take anybody we can get,
Sure.
sir. I wish that,
I know we say that. I mean, again, like
correct. So again, it's not about a pathway to citizenship or some kind of issue. What we're trying to do is open the door for doctors that were trained abroad to be able to practice here. And this was a reasonable box that the Senate said, well, we want these restrictions. I didn't want to jeopardize the whole bill and lose out on the ability to bring in foreign trained doctors from anywhere so that we get into a knockdown, drag out fight about this.
And, because kind of my concern is, like, my cousin, who is now a ophthalmological surgeon, I don't know what you call that. She was a doctor in China. She was a surgeon in China first, and then came here and was provisional and did her license and did her everything here, and then became a U.S. licensed doctor. That she would now be banned if she had come after this bill.
I potentially.
And that potentially could be hundreds of thousands of doctors.
But potentially, if this program didn't exist, she wouldn't be coming over anyway.
But again, the program existing and then cutting out a significant portion of people.
Respectfully, I think the decision tree here is whether you want anybody to be able to come over and use their skills to help address healthcare shortages we have in this state, or you don't unless it's open to all countries around the world, because that's sort of the decision point that we have before us.
I'm just curious because I know on HB 17 the argument was that people buying a house or people buying a business might somehow be a threat to national security and threat to state security. What is the threat of somebody who's coming over and practicing and being a doctor and healing the sick?
Representative, I'm not advised. I'm trying to get as many licensed physicians who can prove that they had graduate medical training and that they are capable of practicing at the same level as our U.S. trained physicians from as many places as we can get them. And this was part of a very sticky negotiation. We worked very hard with the Senate to come up with this version. There were days where we felt like this bill probably we're not going to pass at all.
And you're accepting this reluctantly.
I am accepting this reluctantly, but I would rather that we get this done than get nothing done. And I think that there are many, 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 many countries where doctors will now be able to come and prove that they have the same level as training as our American doctors, and they will be able to help with healthcare shortages. And that's, at the end of the day, what this bill is about is not about countries. It's
Well,
about
it-
addressing
it
healthcare
is about countries
shortages.
now.
Well, you're making it about that. But
I didn't write this bill. And Dr. Alverson, let me retract that. I very much respect and appreciate the work you've done on this, and I'm not angry at you. I think this is a very good bill that's been hijacked, and this bill now sets up a very dangerous precedent where we're interjecting global politics into something that is very vital to our well-being and safety.
Well, I appreciate your perspective, and I think my perspective is that this was the compromise we were able to obtain, and I did not want to lose
I
the
appreciate
whole opportunity just over this. So
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Perez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen, you have questions?
I do.
He yields for questions.
Well, Dr. Alverson, thank you so much for this legislation. Just want to be clear, one of the changes the Senate made to this legislation was that now students who might qualify for this program have to pass the medical licensee exam, both Step 1, Step 2, and now Step
Correct.
3, before they could be considered for this legislation.
Step 1 and Step 2 are required before you can be issued a provisional license under the medical graduate program. And then the other change that we made, which was made on the House side, we accepted a very good amendment from Representative Schaffner so that 100% of those medical graduates are now bracketed to rural Texas and rural Texas alone. So that's really going to help a lot of our rural communities that struggle to get health care providers.
Right, and it took away the provisional aspects of it, but before in the House version, but now this medical licensing portion makes it even more difficult for folks to qualify under this program.
Well, I will just say that Step 1 and Step 2 are normally taken during medical school. So by the time someone graduates from medical school, they've probably already done Step 1 and 2. So I don't really see it that way, just on my own personal experience of being a physician. But I do understand your concern.
Thank you. And Dr. Alverson, I just also want to point out that other states, such as Tennessee and others, have already passed similar legislation and are already kind of at a competitive edge relative to Texas. If you can
I
talk
agree.
about that.
Yeah, I think Texas isn't the only state that's pursuing the strategy that we're pursuing here, both with physician graduates, but also with doctors that have trained outside the United States. We do this in other professions, and we recognize that we have shortages, and there are capable, qualified people that can fill them, and we need to look at every option so they come here to Texas instead of going to Tennessee or Minnesota or somewhere else.
Well, I appreciate you filing this legislation. I think it's going to have a huge impact on Texas in addressing the critical medical shortages we have throughout our state.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Representative. Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with Senate amendments.
Question is on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bells. Show Mr. Wu voting no. Have all members voted? 108 ayes, 31 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the writing and place in the journal the discussion on the previous bill.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. All right. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen on House Bill 521.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 521 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 521 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Guillen to explain the
Mr.
Senate
Speaker.
amendments. Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 521 under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the Senate amendments are not germane to the original bill.
Bring your point of order down front. Mr. Romero for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to recognize someone in the gallery that's really special to me. One of my favorite of all Republicans in the state of Texas, the chair of our MAUF board, Massey Villarreal. Massey, will you stand up? Members, I want y'all to give this man a hand. Massey Villarreal has been named one of the 100 most influential Hispanics in the United States by Hispanic Business Magazine, one of the 100 most influential Hispanic Republicans by Newsweek, He is currently CEO and president of Precision Task Group. Stay standing, Massey. Don't sit back down, buddy. He's the first person to ever be chairman of the local, state, and national Hispanic Chamber. Mr. Villarreal served as champion of the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce, and the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Villarreal served for 3 years as chairman of the Texas Association of Business Foundation and 2 years as chairman of the TAB board. Massey is a member of the executive of the TAB as immediate past chairman. He currently sits on the board of the directors for the Greater Houston Partnership. This bio goes on and on and on. In January 2025, Massey began his term as national chairman of Excelencia in Education in Washington, D.C., a Washington, D.C.-based organization focused on the intentionality of graduating Hispanics and other students from over 600 Hispanic-serving institutions in the United States. Mr. Villarreal is currently serving Governor Greg Abbott as an appointee to the Executive Incentive Oversight Board. He's also served several years under Governor Rick Perry through his appointment to the Texas Economic Development Corporation as well as Texas Public Finance Authority, prior to which Governor Perry appointed Massey Villarreal as presiding officer, chairman of the governing board of the Texas Department of Economic Development. Mr. Villarreal led a successful transition to the agency to the governor's office effective September 1st, 2003. In September 2001, Mr. Villarreal completed 6-year appointment to the Board of Regents of the Texas State University System, which is composed of 9 university components throughout Texas by Governor George W. Bush. A little bit more, Massey. He also serves as National Council member of the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, Texas Association of Community College Business Advisory Board, Excelencia in Education, and the list goes on. I think I'm going to stop there, Massey. Thank you for everything that you've meant to us, to MALC members, to our fellows in the fellowship program, for all your advocacy for small business, specifically Hispanic business. Thank you, and I think there's a few other members that'd like to say some words.
Mr. Raymond for a brief recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to add to that. Massey has been a great friend to me, a mentor really in many ways since way back when I started working for Senator Lloyd Bentsen. One of the smartest people I know, one of the most decent people I know, one of the most forward-looking Republicans that I know. More of you Republicans should hang out with Massey and learn from him. God bless you, brother. Thank you for everything you've done.
The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate added 2 amendments. The First Amendment revised subsection F to clarify that election officers have the responsibility to ask drivers of their frequency of transporting voters during the election period to ensure that these drivers understand the responsibility to document the activity that the statute calls for. And the Second Amendment, based upon input from the Senate State Affairs Committee, added a new subsection AF to allow a voter escorting someone eligible for curbside voting to also request to vote at the curb. These are fine, and so I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Guillen moves that the House concur with Senate amendments. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Chair Gann, I just want to make sure I understand what is being done on this bill. So is there a new affidavit requirement for individuals who transport someone who needs assistance with curbside voting?
More than 7 times.
More than 7 times, but it's cumulative, so it's not in one day. It's over a period of early voting and all the way through Election Day. So if on day 1 of early voting, I assisted 2 people, and then on day 10 of early voting, I assisted 2 people, that's up to 4. And then on Election Day, and then on day 12, I did another 2, and then eventually over the 2-week period, if there's 2 weeks of early voting, I did 7 people. And on Election Day, I did another 3 people. I would have to do an affidavit.
On Election Day, at the point of you doing those.
So
3
if I
people
did 7 on early voting on day 1, 7 on day 2, 7 on day 3, I would do an affidavit every time I took someone.
No, you would do it that first time.
Okay, but would I have to do it on day 2 if I took another 7 people?
No.
I would not?
It's just if you do 7 or more, you got to sign an affidavit. So over the course of the entire election period. So you would only need to do it once.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I understand that.
No.
So you're saying if I took 7 people on day 1 of early voting, I do the affidavit. If I take another 7 people on day 2 of early voting, I don't have to do an affidavit?
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we understood. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
can I have the exchange between myself and Representative Guillen on HB 521 with Senate amendments reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Please excuse Dr. Allen because of important business on the motion of Ms. Gervin Hawkins. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
I move that we concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Guillen moves that the House concur with Senate amendments to HB 521. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cunningham voting aye. Have all members voted? Sir, Mr. Pursuit voting aye. There being 89 ayes and 44 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 521.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 1178 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 1178 with 7 amendments. Ask Mr. Cunningham to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a bill that issues temporary educator certificates to qualified out-of-state educators immediately upon application. The Senate added a clarifying amendment that strikes the word unexpired on page 1, line 20 of the bill. This language was unnecessary because the word valid is on the same page and line and is a key word in the bill. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to concur with Senate amendments.
Record vote on the motion to concur. Clerk, ring the bell. Cunningham voting aye. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? 130 ayes and 2 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Bear for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women, it's time. Join us for Jules and Jazz. We will be at the Westgate Building, Suite 2005, hosted by Representatives Yvonne Davis, Jessica Gonzalez, Ana Hernandez, Donna Howard, Lacey Hull, and Angela Orr. Backed by popular demand, each member is asked to bring a $5 gift for exchange. Here we have a cougar piece. All of you that have been complimenting me on my cougar piece, here you too can own one of these. Go to Jewel Time. They're hosted at 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock today.
Members, we're going back to the middle of page 2. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut on House Bill 3556.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 3556, the Byrd Bill, with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3556 with Senate amendments. Asked Mr. Vasut to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2 against further consideration of HB 3556.
Bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn, and the House will not be taking action on HB 3556 at this time. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion. Yeah. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 42 with amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 42 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, members. As you know, House Bill 42 is the Higher Education Fund, the formulas for all of our universities. And with the Senate amendments, we basically were looking to at least having a 75% increase. The Senate decided to go 50% increase, thus reducing the formula. Members, this is extremely upsetting. And at the end of the day, we shall live to fight another day. I concur.
Mr. Wilson moves that the House concur with Senate amendments to HB 42. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Massoud voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 111 ayes and 15 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 42. The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 1211 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 1211 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, the Senate added an age cap for the tuition waiver at 27 years old, and I move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Mr. Lujan moves that the House concur with Senate amendments to HB 1211. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes and 31 nays, HB 1211, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 1211.
Dr. Lalani.
Mr. Speaker, members, I call upon House Bill 783 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 783 with Senate amendments. Ask Dr. Lalani to explain the Senate amendments.
Speaker, members, Senate made some thoughtful changes upon our request to strengthen and clarify the bill enforceability, particularly in context of deceptive AI-generated content. First, they removed the definition of word photograph and readily identifiable. In this place, they put it visual material. Speaker, I move for House to concur on the Senate amendment.
Question occurs on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 102 ayes, 28 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 3963 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3963 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Capriglione to explain the Senate amendments.
The Senate added an amendment to require implementation of House Bill 3963 with appropriate budget provisions. I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Question occurs on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 99 ayes, 36 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Mr. Gerdes.
Mr. Speaker, I call up HB 1690 with Senate GOs.
Chair lays out House Bill 1690 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Gerdes to explain the Senate amendments.
HB 1690 improves transparency by requiring notice to certain neighboring groundwater conservation districts and counties when an export permit is filed. The Senate changes reflect stakeholder input. Therefore, I concur with Senate amendments.
Question on the concurrence. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes, 1 nay. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up House Bill 1234 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 1234 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Guillen to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate added an agency-requested clarifying amendment that fixes the reference to the Texas Medical Advisory Board to Texas Medical Advisory Board panel. So it just added one word, panel. I appreciate the Senate perfecting the bill and move to concur with Senate amendments.
Questions on the concurrence? Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 104 ayes, 28 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm sad to report that I move that the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments. Oh, we need to call up the bill. House Bill 3372.
Chair lays out House Bill 3372 as Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Metcalf to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, Mr. Speaker, members. Senate put on some amendments that we need to work on. I've had a good discussion with Representative Bryant today and others, and so we're going to move to that the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments, request the appointment of the conference committees.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
He's yielding for questions.
So the Senate put on amendments, and your intent is to take off these amendments or to amend the amendments?
We're going to amend the amendment.
We're going to amend the amendments. And do you have any idea of what direction you're going to go in?
I do.
Okay. I think I'll talk to you later. Thanks, Will.
You're welcome.
Mr. Metcalf moves the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is granted. Following conferees, clerk, read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 3372. Metcalf, Chair. Bella Kaufman, Leach, Leo Wilson, Basu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have the honor today of announcing that Ganado High School in House District 30 has just won their first ever state championship in softball. This follows a state championship in football that they did this year, so they're a double state winner. First in the county. Thank y'all.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, a messenger for the Senate. The door
Commit
of
the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed.
Chair has Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 27.
Chair lays out House Bill 27 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. King to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 27 is a financial literacy bill. The Senate added an amendment that gives schools an extra year to implement changes. I'd like to thank my friend, Ms. Garcia, for all her hard work. I couldn't have passed this bill without her, and I move that we concur.
Questions on the motion to concur? Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes and 2 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 4211 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 4211 with Senate amendments. Ask Ms. Noble to explain the Senate amendments.
Actually, this is the Epic City bill. A lot of you have been asking about it. The Senate added that it goes into effect immediately, and I I absolutely concur with that.
Question occurs on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 26 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Dr. Alverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2243 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2243 with Senate amendments. Ask Dr. Alverson to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate made one minor change in directions as far as the composition of the committee, did not change the overall numbers or distribution, and I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments.
Questions on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 99 ayes, 36 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Perez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2853 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2853 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Perez to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was my first bill layout, which many of you gleefully made very difficult for me. It deals with the Student Union facility at the University of Texas, El Paso. Under the Senate amendment, there is now an election requirement that's triggered for any fee increase over 10%, and any such increase now has to be approved by the governor's appointees on the Board of Regents, not campus administration. I will concur with the Senate amendments. Thank you to the joint authors and Senator Blanco, and to UTEP President and the former Air Force Secretary under President Trump, Heather Wilson, for being a tremendous resource on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with Senate amendments.
The questions on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 105 ayes, 34 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair has Mr. Capriglione on House Bill 4638.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 4638 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 4638 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Capriglione to explain the Senate amendments.
The Senate made changes to this bill, which is Representative Bonin's bill, that he doesn't completely agree with, so they shortened the sunset date for the Texas Pharmaceutical Initiative. But in an effort to keep the initiative going, Representative Bonin moves to concur.
Questions on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 124 ayes, 11 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair has Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Joint Resolution 7 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out HJR 7 with Senate amendments. Ask Dr. Buckley to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate amended House Joint Resolution 7, which HJR 7 implements our committee recommendations and satisfies Governor Abbott's emergency request by proposing a constitutional amendment to dedicate $1 billion per year to the Texas Water Fund for 20 years and authorize the legislature to allocate the dedication in favor of new water supply projects via statute or concurrent resolution. Members, along with Senate Bill 7, HJR 7 represents a generational leap in the history of Texas water policy, and I move to concur with Senate amendments for HJR 7.
Question occurs on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 12 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments. Come on. Chair recognizes Ms. Leah Wilson.
Mr. Speaker and members, I call up House Bill 100 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 100 with Senate amendments. Ask Ms. Leah Wilson to explain the Senate amendments.
The Senate amendment didn't change anything in the bill except for it just gave it an extra year for implementation for school districts and publishers to get ready, and I agree with Senate amendment.
The questions on the motion to concur. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes and 28 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments. We're going back to the bottom of page 3. Mr. Moody.
Thank you. On behalf of Representative Dutton, I call up House Bill 2240 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2240 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Moody to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, I've been doing a lot of learning about this bill in the last 2 minutes. And from what I can gather, there's some timelines that they wanted to adjust in this lawsuit that deal with individuals that are on active duty as a member of United States Armed Forces, if they're in the Texas Military Forces, if they're deployed on federal orders outside the United States, there's on active duty performing emergency response activities. So I think the Senate amendments were just trying to make sure that folks that are in those situations are under a different timeline because of their service. And even though Mr. Dutton routinely would like to challenge the Senate, I believe it is his instruction to move to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 2240. So I apologize on his behalf.
The questions on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 128 ayes, 10 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. We're back on the top of page 5. Mr. Tepper with House Bill 126.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 126 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 126 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Tepper to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, members, the Senate amendments add a provision that, this is that NIL college athletics bill. Senate amendments add a provision that prohibits a prospective student athlete from entering into an NIL agreement if the student is younger than 17 years old, unless the student is enrolled at the institution. It also prohibits a family member of the prospective student athlete from entering into an NIL agreement unless the student is enrolled at the institution. This is a good amendment. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments.
Questions on the motion to concur? Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 25 nays. The House concurs with the Senate amendments. Ms. Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 3783 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3783 with Senate amendments. Ask Ms. Hull to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate added a clarifying amendment allowing a family court to order a party or parties to pay for counseling unless the party is a victim of family violence. I also want to thank Representative Holt, Slauson, and Orr. Oh, yes, you too, Will. For their work on this bill, and I move that the House concur in Senate amendments.
The questions on the motion to concur, record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 128 ayes, 7 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to call up House Bill 2512 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2512 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Guerin to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
He yields for questions.
Representative Guerin, there was an amendment added by the Senate that requires a city to give 7 business days notice when they receive a petition. My city is asking if you could clarify what that notice needs to look like. What kind of notice is that?
Well, first, I'd like to thank you for explaining my Senate amendments. But secondly, by mail or any other way that's legal.
Okay, any kind of notice.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Appreciate your answer.
And the rest of the Senate amendments clarifies the petition and election message to remove land from a municipal ETJ, and it allows the landowner to accept themselves from an ETJ removal effort if that they do not wish to be part of. And I would move to concur with Senate amendments.
The question on is the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 20 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Speaker,
For what purpose?
I move that the House reduce to writing the comments between myself and Chairman Guerin for House Bill 2512 and put them in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 5616 with
Chair
Senate
lays
amendments.
out House Bill 5616 with Senate amendments. Ask Ms. Howard to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. The Senate removed the provision for direct financial support to the presidential libraries and instead allows TSLAC to accept gifts. This still allows us to move forward with the mobile exhibit component, which is a critical piece to expanding public access and civic education across Texas for the 250th anniversary of our great country. I'd like to thank Senator Johnson and Lieutenant Governor Ben Barnes for their leadership on this, and I move to concur with Senate amendments.
The question is on the motion to concur. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 103 ayes, 35 nays. The House concurs with the Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 4751 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 4751 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Capriglione to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, members, the Senate made some changes to the formation of the committee, ensuring the committee is advisory, that it's composed of 6, not 7 members, and that these members would not be paid for serving.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will gentleman yield?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative.
Didn't we talk about this in the elevator?
We did. That's why I'm asking you questions.
Okay, go ahead.
What's this Texas Quantum? What does it do?
So what this does is it creates, it's basically the formation for us here in Texas of focusing on and getting ready for quantum computing and quantum networking in this state. As you know, quantum computing is probably the next generation of emerging technologies that we have an opportunity here in the state to focus on and to be leaders on, not just for the U.S., but for the whole world. It's, I think, a national security issue, and I'm hopeful that with this, we begin the process of doing that here in the state.
And was that the program that was initially going to be offered at UTSA in San Antonio?
No, that's a different bill.
Different bill?
Yes.
And as I continue to learn, sir, I will continue to ask you questions,
Yeah,
whether
you
we
can-
talk about it on the elevator or not.
That's right. You can ask me more questions.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendments.
The question's on the motion to concur. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? 105 ayes, 33 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Representative Hefner.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 17.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 17 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take just a couple of minutes to explain what changes were made. The Senate version of Senate Bill 17, when it came over, had included a residence homestead exemption. The House version of Senate Bill 17 accepted from prohibited persons Visa card holders to purchase property. The Conference Committee report marries these two provisions. The resident homestead exemption is restored, but it is limited to those lawfully present. This is similar to the language that received majority House support on a third reading amendment when the bill left the House. The reason that the third reading amendment was not adopted word for word is because a single-family residence could potentially be read to include thousands of acres associated with the residence. A homestead in Section 11.13J of the tax code is a term that everyone understands and has a well-defined legal meaning assigned to it. This would limits a homestead to 10 acres within the city and 20 acres outside of the city. The result is that the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 17 provides stronger protections for Texas land and natural resource than both the versions that passed by the Senate and the version passed by the House. So with that, I would move adoption.
Mr. Wu, to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that we spent quite a bit of time on earlier this month. This is the bill that would ban immigrants from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea from purchasing a home or a big commercial business or own farmland or anything else. We did put a provision on that would exempt visa holders. These are people who are here lawfully, often invited here to do business, often invited here to try to become green card holders, become permanent residents, and then become citizens. This provision got struck in half, and basically they're only allowed to buy a homestead, but not allowed to invest, not allowed to have ownership and interest in real estate, not have an ownership in property, not have an ownership in a farm, not have an ownership in a commercial property, or even interest in it, meaning that even money, interest, the profits earned from that commercial enterprise, they cannot have access to. And when we laid out this bill, when we talked about this bill last time, I said the danger of this type of legislation is that it is step by step repeating the same laws that were passed before we got to the Japanese internment over almost 100 years ago. And today we saw, and I told you we would be banning land ownership, we would be banning employment, we would be banning education. And today we heard on Mr. Alderson's bill that we're now banning employment. We're not going to allow people from these countries to even come and assist us as being doctors. And here we have, again, a bill that restricts people from just living and having a life and having a business and being here. I would ask you all to vote no on the concurrence, and we should not accept this type of law. We should not go back down this road in history.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. You did provide that admonition in the discussion that we had on the bill, on the House bill, or pardon me, on the bill when it came through the House. During that House debate, there was an amendment that was added by Representatives Button and Shaheen that, while I didn't think it was the most artful way to do it, it gutted the most egregious portions of the bill because it allowed for people like visa holders who are practicing medicine at UT Southwestern or any of the hospitals in the medical district that I represent to be able to to be able to own a home.
Or researchers at UT.
Or researchers in the medical district.
Any number of things.
Right. I just used that as an example because it hit close to home. So my question, based on that predicate, is you said that the Senate changed that definition and I think your words were like cut it in half, right? Is it still possible for a person here on an H-1B visa, by way of example, to invest in real property over 10 acres in an urban area in a limited partnership interest? What's your reading of the amendment?
Not under this law.
They can't even be a limited partner.
No, in fact,
In a Texas limited partnership, they can't even be a limited partner in an investment in real estate if it's more than 10 acres.
so under this law, if they're a part of a business, that's their business. If there is a single Chinese immigrant in that business, on the board or anything else, it's done.
So it is no longer owned, it is no longer having a controlling interest, simply a limited partnership interest. So if for example, I do a raise on a hotel, I do a fundraise, is it the effect of this amendment to say that if one of my investors, who may be a successful business person in Dallas on the board of the Chamber of Commerce by way of example, but they were originally from Hong Kong, they would not be able to be a limited partner in a Texas limited partnership that owns the hotel?
So in this bill, in the various versions of this bill, they have both done relaxed restrictions on businesses, on how, what percentage of ownership and what percentage of control is needed to be in violation, and there were very strict versions of what is allowed. The version we have right now is the very strict version.
All right, so you can't even be a passive investor.
Potentially, the way I read this bill, the way it's drafted, the restrictions on what kind of companies can fall into this bill based on who is on your board, who is a partner, who is an investor, is very strict, and I hesitate to go into it here because it's so complicated.
All right, well, I'll wait for the bill author to ask him those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have
Mr. Tinderholt in favor. Okay. Mr. Hefner.
Members, there was a lot of things said there that are incorrect, but what I want to focus on is, yes, sir. Members, in working with Senator Kolkhorst, the Lieutenant Governor, my conferees, I want to thank Representative Mitch Little, David Spiller, Richard Raymond, and Matt Shaheen, and also the Speaker's office. Because of the work with all these folks, we now have the strongest bill in the United States protecting our state from hostile adversaries owning land here. Texas is not for sale, and this will be the strongest bill in the nation.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the House sponsor of Senate Bill 17 yield for questions, please?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Hefner. You heard my back and forth with Representative Wu. I want to get at that very important question that I'm asking. Does this bill prohibit a real estate investor who may originally be from Hong Kong from investing in a Texas limited partnership as a limited partner?
If he is here legally,
let's say she for
he or
okay.
she is here lawfully, they can still own a partial interest. They cannot own a controlling interest.
Okay, so they could be, again, limited partners are not controlling. You have your general partner that controls the limited partnership.
Correct. We were careful to say, we didn't say 51%. We said they cannot have a controlling interest.
Okay, so they could be a passive investor in a real estate transaction. Now, what if the head of the Greater Dallas Asian American Chamber of Commerce was from Hong Kong or...
When you say from, what do you mean? Do you mean
born
domiciled?
There. Born there.
It doesn't matter where you're born.
It doesn't matter where you're born.
It matters where you're domiciled.
Uh-huh.
And whether you have affiliations with a hostile country.
Okay, so just so you know how it works, if you're a good student, for example, in mainland China, they give you, for making good marks, they give you membership to the party. It's not something you even apply for, you just get it, right? So you are almost a de facto member of a party. So just to be clear, I want this, because this affiliation language, can you point to me where the affiliation language exists in the bill?
I guess I can stand here and read the bill if you got time.
At least 10 minutes, I think. No, seriously, if there's a section in the bill related to affiliation, look, if that, we can visit about that question offline if it's more comfortable. On prohibition or purchase of or acquisition of real property in section 5.253, this is on page 7, it says, notwithstanding any other law, the following may not purchase or otherwise acquire an interest in real property in this state, right? So,
Where are you at?
sorry, on page 7,
Okay.
okay? And I'm in section 5.253, prohibition or purchase or acquisition of real property. Are you with me there? It's on line 7 and 8.
On page 7?
This is in the conference committee report, page 7.
Give me just a second.
Okay.
I don't know where that. Ah. Okay.
Okay, you're with me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if the person is here on a visa, by way of example, they're going to be domiciled in their country of origin. So let's just use that for purposes of our hypothetical. So if they are domiciled in Hong Kong but are here, let's say that they are employed in the medical district and they have money and they want to invest. So I'm looking at line 25 on page 7, an individual who is domiciled in a designated country, except that individual who is lawfully present and residing in the United States at the time the individual purchases or acquires the interest, may purchase or acquire an interest in a residential property that is intended for use as the individual's residence homestead. So they're unable, if it is for an investment, however, I'm wondering where they would be covered in this part of the bill. So this is someone who is domiciled in another country, here lawfully. Where can they buy property? Where can they make an investment in a limited partnership? Where is that language?
That would take me a minute to find. Hang on one second.
Okay. So the following may not purchase or otherwise acquire, I'm back on lines 7 through 10, an interest in real property in the state if it is owned by or a majority stock. I'm just trying to understand how that reads, my friend. Sorry. And I'm not trying to be obtuse.
I
I just want to make sure that we have the language right.
Yeah, I know it's in the bill that they cannot own a controlling interest. This conference committee report looks a little different.
Okay, but just so we have it, and I just want to reduce this last exchange to writing. It is, you are representing to the body that a person who is from a designated country, right? Because we have designated of country designation, who is from Hong Kong, can own a limited partnership interest in a Texas limited partnership so long as they are here lawfully.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
They cannot own a controlling interest.
But they can have a limited partnership interest.
Yes.
Otherwise would be a passive interest.
Correct.
Mr. Speaker?
Here for what purpose?
I'd like to reduce this last exchange between Chairman Hefner and I to writing and have it placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for
Thank you.
questions.
So essentially what happened was the amendment that was coined or kind of became the Shaheen Amendment was removed over in the Senate. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the Toth Amendment was strengthened even more. I thought that it was a good amendment, but it was even more strengthened and added in. Is that
Correct. The Toth Amendment gave an exception for residents, for homestead residents. but it could have been construed as unlimited acres could be owned attached to that residence. So what the Senate did was they added the definition that's in the tax code of homestead, which is you can own up to 10 acres in the city and 20 acres in the county.
I'd like to say thank you for the work you did on this. You worked with myself and several other members here. I can't wait to vote on the most amazing bill of its type in the country. So thank you for all the hard work you did and for what the Senate did. Thank
And I
you.
appreciate your help. You helped a lot as well. Members, this really is the strongest bill in the nation. We believe it's fair. We believe it's strong. We believe it will help protect this state. And so look forward to y'all voting for it and getting this thing signed into law. I move passage.
Representative Hefner moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 17. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 85 ayes, 57 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner on Senate Bill 1637. Right here. Chair recognizes Representative Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1833.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1833 and recognizes Representative Anchia to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conference, the Senate removed Speaker Moody's amendment under Section 1 of the bill, and I just want to explain what that amendment did and that it's no longer in the bill. So this bill deals with a penalty enhancement for selling drugs using social media. You'll recall that this related to the fentanyl overdoses that we had in Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD, where drug dealers were selling pills laced with fentanyl that resulted in 14 overdoses and 4 deaths, including of young children. Speaker Moody had put on an amendment that said that individuals who use social media to deliver low levels of marijuana would not be subject to the penalty enhancement. The Senate disagreed with that, and however you want to think about it, we just the Senate's approach is that we have zero tolerance for any selling of drugs on using social media, and I think that's a reasonable place for us to land as a body. Again, this was for an enhancement. This is not for possession. This is for dealing using social media, and it provides that penalty enhancement. I want to thank Senator Parker, the Carrollton Police Department, Chief Arredondo, Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD, parents and educators for working with us on this important bill to ensure that our children do not access illicit drugs through social media. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this time today, and I move adoption.
Representative Anchia moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 5 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Kitzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2155.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2155 and recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Conference Committee report reflects the work done by Senator Perry and me to ensure that this is a workable solution for the practical implementation by TDLR to integrate the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners successfully. There was an amendment from the House. The Senate rejected that amendment, and this being a fulfillment of the sunset requirements for TDLR and the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners, I move adoption.
The Representative Kitzman moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 109 ayes and 28 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Ms. Leo Wilson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, could I ask that the comments from Tony Tinderholt on SB 17 be reduced and put into the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered. I kept looking right. You didn't say it. Chair recognizes Representative Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 21.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 21, recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, first we removed Section 403-706, which detailed the voluntary donations to the reserve. And then, secondly, we kept Representative Garcia's amendment that moved the market capitalization for eligible cryptocurrency, where currency must have a market cap of $500 billion for the last 24 months. And finally, we removed the ability for the reserve to engage in staking in loans, only permitting them to hold, to have cold storage bitcoins or trade derivatives if they see fit. The reserve may still work with the qualified liquidity providers to accomplish purposes of this bill. It is for this reason that I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Representative Capriglione moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 25 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up Senate Bill 2778 with Senate amendments.
So read it.
Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on 2778.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2778 and recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain that report.
Members, we added a third reading amendment that was ultimately not acceptable to the stakeholders, and the Senate removed it, so I move to concur with the Senate amendment.
Mr. Lujan moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2778. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? 97 ayes, 39 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione on Senate Bill 260.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 260.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 260 and recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain that report.
Mr. Speaker and members, the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 260 would significantly increase both the per student and per campus school safety allotments. Specifically, the per student allotment would increase from $10 for each student in ADA to $20, and the per campus allotment from $15,000 to $33,540. This report conforms with the language that was included in the final version of House Bill 2. The Conference Committee report continues to build upon our historic investments to enhance both school safety and security. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Representative Capriglione moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 132 ayes and 1 nay. The conference committee report is adopted. We're going to calendar 2 of items eligible. Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf on House Bill 4112.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 4112 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 4112 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Landgraf to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate made perfecting amendments to clean up language in the bill. There are no substantive changes, and for that reason, I move, Mr. Speaker, that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
Questions on the motion to concur? Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 2 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf on House Bill 3866.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 3866 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3866 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Landgraf to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate added a grandfather clause to ensure existing intermediate bulk container recycling facilities are not shut down by the bill's minimum distance from a private residence requirement. They also gave TCEQ the choice not to implement the bill's provisions if funding is not provided for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments.
Questions on the motion to concur? Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 10 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf again.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 4749 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 4749 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Landgraf to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, the Senate added a provision that a district judge may require the summons of a prospective juror in counties with a population under 1,000. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The questions on the motion concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 120 ayes, 18 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2844 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2844 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Landgraf to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate made amendments to ensure that mobile food vendor licensing fees are deposited into a dedicated account under DSHS to set the licensing fee at the amount required to implement the bill's provisions and to exempt small-scale food businesses from local permitting requirements. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments.
Questions on the motion concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. All members voted. 102 ayes, 36 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up House Bill 150 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 150 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Capriglione to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate made some really great amendments to this bill, further delineating the command as a state agency, moving the remainder of cybersecurity operations and powers, TexRAMP, and cybersecurity operations over. So therefore, I move to
Mr. Speaker,
Let's go see here for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
He yields for questions.
Thank you so much. Representative Capriglione, I know we've had some conversations. Are you aware that I represent San Antonio and Bexar County?
I do, yes.
And are you aware that San Antonio and Bexar County is one of the up-and-coming cybersecurity hubs in Texas?
It has the highest concentration of cybersecurity assets outside of Washington, D.C.
I couldn't be more proud. I know as a retired military member myself, I actually retired from Lackland Air Force Base and was a facility manager at Kelly Air Force Base, which is now our cybersecurity hub over there in Techport. We have so many organizations and national security organizations that partner with the DoD. Do you believe that this bill right here will set Texas as being one of the leading states in the nation when it comes to defense of cybersecurity in our state?
Not one, the leading state in the entire country in cybersecurity.
Thank you so much for bringing this
Thank you.
forward, sir. This is so important for our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I move to concur with Senate amendments.
The questions on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 115 ayes and 21 nays, the House concurs with Senate amendments. Members, we're going back. We're back to calendar 1, page 2. It's the Byrd bill again. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut on the Byrd bill.
Mr. Speaker?
Summing up the Byrd
Ms.
bill.
Sweeter, for what
and
purpose?
to-
Will the gentleman yield
Yeah,
for
I'll
questions?
Let me lay the bill out again,
Yeah.
Ms. Sweeter.
Give me the Byrd bill.
The chair lays out House Bill 3556 with Senate amendments. Ask Mr. Vasut to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Sweeter, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
Cacaw.
Representative
Yes, I'll yield
Vasut.
for questions.
What is your favorite bird?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. I don't know if I've ever thought of that before. But in this case, it would be a migrating bird that doesn't hit a windmill. So, members, because of the rigmarole on the Byrd bill earlier today, we've decided to go to conference because why not? That's what we got.
Mr. Vasut moves the House refuse to concur with Senate amendments and request the appointments of a conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is granted. The following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 3556. Vasut, Chair. Darby, Howard, Metcalf, Zwiener.
Is Mr. Patterson on the floor of the House? Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to set a congratulatory and memorial resolutions calendar for 10 a.m. Sunday, June 1st. This is so the calendar will be eligible regardless of what time the House convenes.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Lujan, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to have all remarks made on this resolution or H.R. 1028 to be printed and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. So ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Yesterday, Mr. Patterson expressed his gratitude for the journal clerks for all their work in reducing things to writing and placing them in the House Journal. I would like to move to reduce Mr. Patterson's gratitude to writing and place it in the House Journal.
I think that's a wonderful motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I'm just a request. If we could move to have Representative Moody's motion regarding the gratefulness and gratitude for the journal clerks be reduced to writing, please. Do so.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Let's go see for what purpose.
Which House bill was it? 150. House Bill 150. Mr. Speaker, motion to reduce to writing the dialogue with Representative Cabriglione on House Bill 150. And Garcia.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Mr. Capriglione moves that the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of resolutions, the receipt of messages, the signing of measures in the presence of the House, and the granting the request of the Senate to appoint conferees until noon on Friday in memory of Mark Hunter McIntyre of Colleyville. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of resolutions, receipt of messages, signing of measures in the presence of the House, and the granting the request of the Senate to appoint conferees. The following resolutions on first reading and referral.
HCR number 165 by Hunter, designating Fulton as the official oyster capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035. Referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. The following resolutions being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. The following resolutions by Lowe are being referred to the Committee on Local and consent calendars. HCR 158 through HCR 164 and HR 1367. HR 1368 by Paul. The following resolutions by Leo Wilson are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1369 through HR 1370 and HR 1426. Following resolutions by Gonzalez of El Paso are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1371 through HR 1379. The following resolutions by Busey are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1380 through HR 1381, HR 1384, HR 1386, HR 1422, HR 1439, and HR 1442 through HR 1445. HR 1382 by Flores, HR 1383 by Anchia, HR 1385 by Moody. Following resolutions by Jones of Dallas are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1387 through HR 1390, HR 1392, HR 1417 through HR 1420, and HR 1427 through HR 1436. HR 1391 by Lauterbach, HR 1393 by Noble. The following resolutions by Buckley are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1395 through HR 1396 and HR 1458. Following resolutions by Gonzalez of Dallas are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1397 through HR 1401. HR 1402 by Ashby. The following resolutions by Martinez Fisher are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1403 through HR 1412. HR 1413 by Gerties. Following resolutions by Smithy are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1414 through HR 1415 and HR 1421. Following resolution HR 1424 by Guillen, HR 1425 by Leach, HR 1437 by Munoz, HR 1438 by Perez of El Paso, HR 1440 by Lozano, HR 1441 by Lozano. The following resolutions by Schaffner are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1447 through HR 1449 and HR 1461. HR 1450 by Schofield, HR 1451 by Darby. The following resolutions by Lopez and Cameron are being referred to the Committee on Local consent calendars. HR 1452 through HR 1456. HR 1457 by Shaheen, HR 1459 by Darby, HR 1460 by Landgraf, HR 1462 by Tepper, HR 1463 by Schofield.
The House will stand at ease.
House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of
admit
the
the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has concurred in the House amendments to the following measures. SB 6, 31 ayes, 0 nays. SB 9, 29 ayes, 2 nays. SB 40, 28 yeas, 3 nays. SJR 5, 31 yeas, 0 nays. The Senate has refused to concur in the House amendments to the following measures and requests the appointment of a conference committee to adjust the differences between the two houses. SB 568 conferees.
Thank you, Mr. Messenger. This will stand at ease.